We're working on an ROKR LK602 classic printing press. Lots of wax with this one. We got 2 sticks of wax. Now these are all the letters. A couple of LEDs there. And I guess these are things to print on. Oh, on a metal rod. Goes A through F. So one of the first things we need to do is we're going to need a couple AA batteries or AAA batteries. There's some testing that we need to do before we get started. We're going to need 2 AAA batteries, and we're going to need the LEDs. We're going to test to make sure that they work properly. So what we got to do is get the batteries in here, and then we're going to use this switch to make sure the LEDs work. So let's get the batteries in here. And there's a little screw right there you have to take out. I took off the wrong side. put that back on. The side that really you want to take off is the one with the switch on it. Which is this side. Battery in there. We're going to turn the battery on, and then according to the directions we should be able to close this switch and the two LEDs should come on, and they do. Now it does warn you not to look directly at the LEDs, but it looks like they're working okay. So the electronics seem to be fine. So we're going to turn that off for now and just set that aside to use later. Three E28s, E29, E30, and E31. So we're going to take E31, and based on the orientation in the picture, it's like this. And we're going to put the E28s into here, and it's going to go into these two holes, these two, and then these two. Go in there like that. Like that. Looks like that. E30 goes on top of that, again with orientation like that. Oh, that one got to push that down in there. And then E29 goes on top of that, and the arrows that are printed there need to face up, so that way the unprinted side should go towards the E30 like that. That looks like that. We need A1, A2, A3, A4, two A5s, A6, A7, C1, C2, P4, and a spring which is P5. Now, it looks like the A6 needs to be waxed on the bottom side, so that would be the side that does not have the printing on it. So we'll go ahead and do that now, and it looks like, based on the color, it's the entire bottom. I like the new colors of the manual. It's very obvious what needs to be waxed. Okay, so we'll put that there. So now we're going to take the A2, which is the bear here, And he's going to face away from us with the printing towards the outside. And then the A3, the printing is going to go towards us. So this printing is away, the printing on this one is towards us. So that way there's printing on both sides when you turn the piece over. Next, the A4 is going to go in like this. Like that. And then the two A5s are going to slip on the sides here, like that. And then the other one goes on the other side. So now we're going to change his position so that his roller, or whatever it is he's moving, this part is going to be switched to this side. So it'll look like that. And the A6, which we've waxed, is going to go down in here like this, down in this hole and that one. So and that will go all the way up so that it looks like that. Next, we take the C2 and the C1. Let's see here. So on the C2, ROKR should be upside down, and the printing should be up, and the C2 is going to go into this hole and this hole. Like that. Now the A1 is going to go on there like this. So this little tab here should be facing away, and that C1 is actually going to go into this hole here like that. So now we're supposed to flip this assembly over like this. We want this line towards us. Oop, we forgot to put this little feller in. This piece will slide down into here like that. So he should slide along there. And then we're going to flip it over like that. And then the A7 is going to fit into this hole here, the top one here. And according to the directions, we should be able to use that tool we built a little earlier to help us push that in there. To be honest, it's really not that hard to push in there. So I did not require that tool. So that should slide smoothly. The wax on the bottom side of the A6 should help that slide smoothly. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to insert, we're going to put the spring in, and the spring is going, the P4 is going to go through this hole here, and the orientation of the spring is, when it's put on, the spring should be away, or the spiral part of the spring should be away from this post. So it's going to go on there like that, according to the directions. Now it shows two pictures. One is like that, and it says do not do it that way. The second one is like that, and it says that's correct. And there are explanation points to tell you really need to be conscious of this. And also it says not to over tighten the screw. So I'm going to tighten it just a bit, and we're going to see how that goes. I don't want to over tighten it because it'll strip out the screw, or rather the piece of wood, not the screw. The screw's metal, so that won't do anything. So I'm going to put that in there, but I'm not going to over tighten it. We're going to let it move a little bit, and that is done. So it looks like that in the end. 3 A8s, A11, A12, 2 C10s, P4, P6, and of course we have the P1, which is the little black box with the wires and LEDs. So first thing we're going to do is put in the P4, which is the little screw, into that hole there. Now it has to go through the spring and into that hole. When you're putting it in, you're going to want to be careful because the screw pops out of the spring very easily. As I'm sure you can tell, we're doing voiceover here. There were some technical difficulties with the audio through this section, so I wasn't able to use that audio. Since it's such a small screw, it's a little hard to start. But eventually we do get it started. And I think we got it there. Now, you don't want to over tighten that screw because you don't want to strip out the wood. So I just snugged it down. Make sure the little bear slides easily. So the next thing we're going to put in is we're going to feed the LED, the switch, and the wires through the little square hole right there. So we'll get the LED through first, then the switch. They both fit through there pretty easily. The next thing we have to do is attach the switch. And to attach the switch, we'll need to get the P6. And we'll screw it down to the board, and it's going to be screwed into there, the littler of the two holes. The littler of the two holes there's a little pin in the bottom of the switch that will go into the smaller hole. The screw will go into the larger of the two holes. That just keeps it from sliding back and forth. And I tested the switch just to make sure it moved. And that's what it looks like with the spring installed in the switch. So the next thing we need to install is the A11 and the C10, but first we need to run the wires underneath of those, because the A11 and the C10 will be installed on top of the wires. The thing here that's most difficult is just trying to get all the wires into the little channel that's there for them to fit in. You can see how they keep coming out on me. So I pulled the wires back through just to try and keep the LED wires together and the switch wires together as much as possible. It's not required, it just allows them to lay in there a little flatter. So now we're going to install one of the C10s. And that will hold that wire into that channel. Now we're installing the second C10, which will also hold that wire into that channel. And the C10s also cradle the battery. So next we're going to put in the A11, which will also hold down the wire, but that's also the stopping point for the battery. That prevents the battery from sliding around. When you install the battery here, you're going to want to make sure the switch and the screw that's there that keeps the cover closed for replacing the battery, you want to make sure they face up, so that way they can be seen, and that way they can be that way you can turn it on and off and change the battery easily after everything is put together. Try and feed as much of the wire as you can back through the square hole. As best you can do that, and also keep in mind that the A12 eventually will have to go on the other end of the battery. So there's not going to be a whole lot of room there. So here we're going to start running the wire down and around the board, and we're going to use the A8 to hold down the wire. So as you run it down, you're just going to want to make sure it it runs as straight as possible through the A8s. So you'll see the battery, it fell out there. It does that a number of times. So in fact, there I have the battery in upside down. I noticed that quickly and flip it back to the right orientation. So there was the first A8. Next we'll put in the second A8. And then next is the third A8. And in fact, as you do this, you can look for the little green bubbles on the instructions, and it'll tell you the best order to install these in. So, you know, the battery case is first, the wire running along the side is second, and then putting these in as third. Now, the next thing we're going to need to do is run the LED through the hole in the board, and so our wires came back through a little bit. So we're getting those straightened around. Next we're going to put in the A12. And that also helps hold the battery in from sliding around. There, that's in. Next, we need to loop the wire around, and it needs to go through that hole there where my thumb is. Right there. Wrap around in there as much as possible without hitting that. It's got to go between those two holes and on the lower side of the two holes there above the wire. Yep, looks like I pulled all the wire through. Two A9s, two C4s, one C5, two C7s, four C8s, C9, four F1s, two P7s, P8, four P12s, and four P13s. So we're putting it in the same orientation as the manual, where the battery's off to the left. The C7s are going to go around the outside. And take care when you bend these, because they do break pretty easily. I've broken them in other projects. And make sure when you're avoiding the wire should be on the inside of the C7s. So now we're going to do the same thing to the other end. Yeah, just make sure the wire's on the inside. So now we're going to install the A9. And when you install the A9, make sure that the blank side is towards the battery and the printed side points to the outside of the printing press so it can be seen. We're going to install the other A9 at the other end. Same thing, the blank side of the part should go towards the battery. The printed part should go to the outside so it can be seen. So now we're going to install the C8s into the corners. And again, make sure the printed side is to the outside so it can be seen. The blank side should be towards the closest to the battery. And we have 4 of these to install, 1 on each corner. Now we'll install the last 2. Again, printed side out. So now we're going to take this 2 C4s and the C5. We're going to install the C5 into the C4s. And it goes into the elongated hole towards the bottom of the C4s. Next, we're going to install the P8 through the C4s, and we're going to use a P7 on each end. So that's what it looks like with the P7 installed on one end. We're installing it on the one end outside of the C4s because it's just easier to do. It's easier to manage. So then we're going to put the P7 or the P8 through the C4s. And then we'll install the other P7 on the other side. Next, we're going to take the C9 the C4s on the underside of the C9. So also make sure you have the P8 to the right when you install the C4s into the lower to the bottom side. It makes a suggestion that the use the screwdriver to help align everything so that everything goes together. Especially with the corners, you want to make sure to make it a little easier to align. And also you want to make sure that the wire isn't squeezed by the C4, C5s. You can see here we're trying to align the corner pieces. I was just using my finger to push them back a little bit when they're out too far. But when they're on the inside, you'll need to use the screwdriver to kind of pull them out. Make sure your battery is aligned in there as well. The next thing we need to do is put in the 4 P12s. And they're going to go into the small holes in the corner. And they're going to go in, so with the battery facing up, the screws will go down. They're kind of long screws. Trying to align the screw with the hole on the lower side. Once it gets aligned, then we'll put it in. I'm not tightening it down too much. I want to get all 4 screws started. And then we'll snug them up. You don't want to over tighten them because it will pull the threads will pull through the wood, and you don't want that. And one more to go, and then we'll go through and snug them all down. So now we have 2 left to snug down. So the next thing we need to do is install the 4 P1s into these spots here. This gives us a surface to install the F4 F13s on, and the F13s are just little rubbery or silicone feet to keep it from sliding around. Install the feet. I'm trying to get them as centered as I can here, and then I push them down to just get the adhesive to stick to the wood. If you're not precisely center on them, that's okay. These aren't precisely centered the way I'm installing them either. And that's how it looks. We'll test the switch, and we can see that when we test the switch, the LEDs light, so everything looks good. 2 A13s, 4 A14s, A15, A16, D1 with a lowercase a, D1 with a lowercase b, D2, D4, 2 P7s, P11, P14, 3 P15s. So we're going to take the D1B first, and there is a side that has some markings on it right there. Now those markings need to face off to our left, and we're going to need our D4, and the D4 is going to go into this hole here. Now the printing part should face towards the side with the 3, and the 1 should be facing towards you, so it should be like that. So that's going to go right in there. And next we have to grab the D2, which is here. That doesn't have a particular side. That's going to go here. I'm guessing it's going to go all the way in like that. The D1A, you're going to want the 3 pieces away from you, the 1 towards you, and that's going to put the printing towards the right. So it's going to slide on here like this. So it'll look like that. Next, we're going to take the P11 and our tool here, And it looks like we're going to use A. As you can see, there's a lowercase a there. So what we're going to do is we're going to put this on here like that, and then this will go on the A side, and you're going to push it down as far as that A side will let you push it. So it'll look like that. One side's longer than the other. Next, we need to take the P14 and wax the cogs of the gear. They're pretty big, so I'm going to wax the flat points at the top as well. Okay. Next, we're going to take this and we're going to slide the P11 on the center hole. We're going to slide it in from this side, so that these three are pointed up. We're going to slide that in from this side. Then we're going to take the other P7, put it on the top, and it looks like we're going to push that through to the A side as well, on the A. So we're going to take that and push that down. Oop, we missed the gear. Okay, we forgot to put gear in there. So the gear is going to go in here like this. I presume the holes will line up. So what we're going to do is we're going to check our depth here again. That looks good. We're going to come in from the back side through that hole, the center hole, right there. Then we're going to put this on top, and then it says we need to push that down using the A again. And it fits on there pretty well. So the next thing we need to do is we're going to align the little marks on there, help you align it. So what we're going to do is, from holding with the three pieces up with the gear down, we're going to put these two of the screws, one here, and then the other screw is going to come in from the back side. So we'll do them now. That one. Then this one comes in from this other side. So it'll look like that. Next, we're going to take the A13s, and it looks like we're going to have the printed side be up, and that's going to slide in here. It's going to slide into here, right there. So we're going to take one of them and put it on this side. Looks like that's all the further that goes in. And the other one's going to go in from this side. And like that. Next, it looks like we're going to put on the A15, which is this one, and you're going to make it so that you can see the lettering to the outside. So what's going to happen is we're going to put it in there on a slant like this, get it seated up in the top, push it up, and then it's going to get pressed down here, right there on that. Like that. And then we're going to do the same thing to the other side. It'll look like that. Next, we have our 4 A14s. They're going to go here, 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 and here. I'm going to start up at the topmost first. Like that. And on this side, we got this one. And four C11s, 2 D3s, 2 D5s, 2 F2s, 2 F3s, a P10, and 2 P16s. So all of these gears need to be waxed, so we'll go ahead and get that out of the way. Okay, now it says we want to work on one end of this first. So we want to take one of the F3s, and we're going to take the 4 C11s, and we're going to put those into this F4. Next, we're going to put a D3 on the end of all of that. This will probably push those back through, but that's okay. They go back in easy enough. Okay, next we're going to take the D5 and we're going to put that on here. Push that through. Then 2 of the F2s are next. Now when you put the F2s in, you're going to want to make sure that the gears align. I don't think that's going, I'm not sure that you can put it on such that they don't. Now we're going to put on another F5. Then the F3. And then the next thing is we're going to put on the D3. So next we're going to use these, and it looks like there's equal amounts of this shaft that's going to stick out of each end. So let's see, that is obviously not it. Well, we'll just have to do our best and guess. Oh, these aren't in there very tight. They're just bushings, I guess. So put them on and make your best guess at getting it equal on each side. That looks about right. A17, A18, it warns us that the A17 and the A18 are not the same part. They are not equivalent. 2 D9s, D10, D11, 2 D12s, 2 F4s, 4 P7s, 2 P16s. So it says we're going to start with the D11, which is this one, and we're going to hold it like this so that the printing is off to the right hand side. You see the printing there. It's off to the right hand side. We take the D12 and we're going to put it into the D11. Like that. Then we're going to get the A17, which is this one, and we are going to put it onto the D12 like that. And the printing, you should be able to see the printed part like that. And when you look in the direction, it says this is the correct way it should go. This is the orientation with this open part towards this. Okay. Next, we're going to take this D11 and we need to flip it around like this. So that way this is facing in the other direction. We're going to take this part, which is B, and that's going to go here like this. So this part B is going to go into this hole. This assembly will go down into this hole. So let's see how that's going to, well, that's going to work out. Okay, so we're going to kind of pick this up a little bit, put these together, so that way we can get them to slide together a little better, easier. And it says that these should move pretty easily. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to put this piece together. And again, we're going to have, this is the D10. We're going to hold it like this with the printing off to the right. We're going to take the D12 and we're going to put that in there like this, just like we did on the other one. Then we're going to take the D18 and that's going to go on there like this. Again, the printed side should be up. And that's how that should look with this part, with this open part down towards here. Now, that is going to go on top of here. There. And there. Like that. Now that should move easily. And it does. Next we're going to put on the F4s and the P7s. And the F4s, you want to make sure that the printed side faces out, and that's going to go on here like this. And then the P7 will go on there like that. And then we're going to do the same thing on the other side. Make sure the printed part is out. I'm going to put a P7. Just like that. Then we're going to put a P16, which is this guy here, on here. Like that. Now you can move this a little bit back either way to make it fit. Next goes on this part, the D9, and that's going to go on here like this, and it'll go on this the steel shaft, and then this is going to go up on top here. Like that. Next, we got to put a P7 on here. Then we're going to do the same thing to the other side. So we're going to put on our P16. Then we're going to put on our D9. Make sure the printed side is out. Then we're going to take the P7 and we'll put that on there. And go in there like that. And then we'll check this again. This should rotate smoothly. And it does seem to. Two A19s, A20, two D6s, D7, D8, D17, D18, F5, two P7s, and a P10. So it looks like we take one of the D6s, we're going to orient it like this, such that this section is up on top. We take one of the A19s, and that's going to go into here. The other A19 is going to go back here, up here. The D7 is going to go through here with the smaller side up. Like that. Next, the F5 is going to go on. And that's going to go on in the same orientation. There's printing on one side. The way we're holding these, the printing should be towards us. There's that one, that one. Okay, they're all in now. Next, the other D6 goes on, and that's going to go on in this orientation. Like that. Next, we're going to take the D18, which is this one. We're further going to make sure that the printed side is away from us, like that. So the printed side is there, and it's such that it's away from us. We're going to take the D8, and the D8 is going to go down into this lower hole here. And the A20 is going to go into this topmost hole with the U-shaped part facing up. Like that. Then we're going to take that and we're going to put all of that through this hole here. And then we're going to take the D17 with the printed side facing out so it can be seen. Like that. Next, we're going to take the P10 and we're going to put one of these on. There's the P7 right there. I'm going to put that on there. Now to get the spacing right, we're going to use the B part of the E29. Well, it says E29 there, but we're going to take the B side and we're going to push that down on there. That should get us the proper spacing. Then we're going to take this and we're going to put it in from the back side through this hole. And then we're going to put this up here. And again, we're going to use that B side to get the depth right. And we're going to check this side. The depth is still right. Yep. And now this part is collectively known as D. A21, 2 A22s, D13, D14, 2 D15s, 2 D16s, 2 F6s. Now, what we need to do first is take the D14, and it's going to be such that the printed side is up, and we're going to put the A21 into the back of the D14, and there's a printed side and a non-printed side. So the printed side should face to the outside when you're putting it in, so it should be like that. Next, the A22s are going to go in. Now, the A22s, one end of it has this odd shape to it. When we put this in, the A22, that odd shape will be on the down on the lower side, and it'll also be towards us if we use the same orientation as we did before. So the piece we just put in is in the back, and we're going to put this piece on this side like that, and see how that the odd part is on the down side. I'm going to do the same thing on this side. Oop, I got that in there upside down. The odd shape, again, should be on the down side. Next, we're going to put on the D15s, which is these. Now they have this odd end again. They have an odd end to them as well. So the odd end is going to go to the side that's away from us, and it's also going to go towards the inside. So it's going to go like that. I'll show you once it's all put together there. Goes in there like that. I'm going to do the same thing to the other side. Just like that. Next, the D13 is going to go here like this, and we need to align these 6 locations. Here, 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 and here. Now, we're going to take the D16s, and that is going to go across like this. And then the other D16 will go over here. The next piece we're going to take is the F6s. And they'll fit on here like this on this side. So this piece here on the F6 is going to go down in this hole. This is going to go down in that hole. And then the same thing on the other side. And then when that's done, it looks like that. Two A23s, A26, F7, F8, 2 F9s, 4 P18s, and a P19. The P18s are sort of a brassy looking screw. Okay, now we need to wax the F8 and the F7. Now, the F8, we're going to wax the side with the print on it, and we're going to basically wax from these holes here all the way down to this bottom part here. So let's do that. And then on the F7, we're going to wax the same thing from these holes here down to here, and you will wax the printed side. Okay, now we're going to start with the F8. And we're going to put the P18s into these 2 holes here. I'll use this so it sets it up a little bit. Okay, that's it for the F8. For the F7, we're going to put the screws again into this hole and this hole. Okay. Next, we're going to put in the A23s. There's 2 of those, and the smaller part will be up when we put them in, and it's going to go into this hole here and this one here. Now the next part is the A26. We have to pay attention to this one because there is a printed side and a non-printed side, and the 2 ends are slightly different. So the end with this little curl here, the printed curl, is going to go, if this is, we'll consider this the bottom, is going to go towards the downside. So it'll go on there like that. Just like that. Next, we're going to take the P19 and this piece here, and the P19 so the P19 is going to go in like this, and so if you look at the P19, it's got this weird edge here with the curves that goes down, and it's going to go towards us as we do this. This is one side of it's open, and that open part's going to go towards us as well. They're going to kind of stack like this. So we're going to take the the F8, we're going to put the F8 on this side. However, the unprinted side will face out. So these 3 will go into these spots here. This is going to go into this slit, this slot here. So we'll put that in there like that, and we're going to get that in there. So what we're going to do is we're going to work on the top part first. And it'll look like that. Now we're going to do the same thing to the other side. So we're going to put this in here. It looks like it can go all the way to the bottom, like that. And then this piece, again, printed side out, the part here that looks like the R, will go towards away from us, so like that. It'll look something like that. Next, we're going to take and put that on top of here. And what we're going to do is we're going to slide it down into these holes. And then I presume it will slide forward, go down all the way. Yes, it'll go down all the way, and then it'll slide forward like that. Then the next thing we're going to do is take this, and these go into here like this. Same with this side. And in the picture, this assembly is E, and with this orientation, such that the bear is on that side, we should have this board here. It should be open on this side, and this they have moved down here now, and as you move it down, it should flip over like that. See that? How that went? So it's going to go from there, and it's going to pull down. It will flip down to there. And it's just a check to make sure everything is in order here. If you look at the picture, this is what it should look like on the top when it's up here, with this weird curly part away from us and on the top side, and then when you flip it, pull it down, it should flip down, and now that little curly part here should be towards us. And now this whole thing is collectively known as E, lowercase e. A27, 3 A28s, A29, A30, A31, A32, C3, D20, D21, 3 F13s, F14, F15, P20, P21. So the first thing we need to do is do some waxing here. This large gear needs the cogs waxed. So So we're going to start here by the F14 so we know where we started. I'll probably go beyond the F14 because the wax is much more seated to get more of the gear, so we'll go beyond just a little bit. Okay, that's it for the gear. The next one is the F13s need to be waxed on the outside. It says 2 of them should be waxed. It doesn't seem too concerned about the third one. But just so I don't have to worry about which ones I grab, I'm going to go ahead and wax all 3. And then it says the F15 needs 1 side waxed. Okay, now we're going to take the D20, which is this. There doesn't seem to be a side to it. Then we're going to take the A28s, and you'll see that there is a wider side and a narrower side. We're going to put the wider side into the D20 like that, and we'll do that all the way around. Next, the gear goes on, and we're going to want to make sure that this hole here aligns with this one. So also see how these are angled? We're going to try to match the angle here. So if we did it like that, you can see that none of the angles really match up that well. So what we're going to do is try and match them up. So like that. You can see how that's matched up there. Next thing we're going to do is take the A27. There's a printed side on the A27, and that's going to face out, so that way it can be seen. And then this needs to be moved over just a smidge. And that's got that. Next, we're going to take the 2 of the F13s, and we're going to take the A29, and we're going to put the P20, which is the larger of the screws, through those, like that. That will go through the center hole of this assembly, like that. Then the waxed side of the P15 goes towards the gearing. And then what we're going to do is we'll tighten that down. Now we don't want to make it so tight that it can't move. So we want it to move. Like that. And the screw will go in from the printed side like that. Next, we're going to take the D21, the P21, and the other F13. So the P21 is going to go through this hole here. Then it's going to go through the F13. And then that will go into this hole right here. Now we don't want this too tight, it needs to rotate freely. As you can see, it's not on there very tight at all. I can just flip it around without any issues at all. Next, we're going to take the C13, or the C3, sorry. That is going to hook into here like that. The A30, or next we got to put in the A31, which is going to go into this hole here. Okay, now we want to get the A30, and that's going to go on like this, such that the printed side faces out so it can be seen. That's going to go on there like that, and then on the other side we're going to put the A31 over here again, have the printed side out so it can be seen. And it should look a bit like that. Yes. The cog, as we stand here with, or sit here with the longest part of the C3 off to our left, the cog should be on the left side of the D21. A24, A25, two A29s, two A33s, A34, A35, two P7s, and a P11. So the P11 and the P7 are going to be put together, and the P7 is going to be pushed down to the depth of, on the E29, the A. It's the deeper one. Okay. Then we've got a short side and a long side. So we're going to take one of the A29s, and we're going to put that on the shaft so that it's on the longer side of this shaft. Then that will get pushed through this hole here, and as we hold it here, it's going to go through the back side like that to the front side like that. Then we're going to put another A29 on, and we're going to push a P7, the P7 again down to the longer, to the A, to the depth of A. That looks pretty good. Then we're going to take the, put that over there. Then we're going to take the A34, which is this one, and we're going to have the printed side point away from us. This is the orientation that the manual uses. Then we're going to take the A20 or the A33, and we're going to put that through like this. Then we're going to take the A35, we're going to put that on there like that, and the printed side again should be out so it can be seen. We're going to take the A33 and we're going to push that in from this side. That'll hold it together nicely. Next, this is going to go on here. So this will go on here like this. And we're going to take the A24, and the way we're holding it here, the A24 is going to go in from this side. So the A24 is going to catch the bottom of the two holes. There we go. And that should be seated about center of that rod, of this piece of wood here. Then we're going to put the other side on. This is the A25 or A25, I believe. Yeah, the A25. And that'll go on there like that. That looks like that when that's done. And this whole piece is collectively known as lowercase f. A36, A37, two A38s, three A39s and a D25. I'm going to pick up the A36 and the A37. The A37 is going to go in like that. The A38s, we're going to put the printed side out. It slides down in there like that. And then we'll do the same to the other side. There we go. Then the A38 or the A39s are going to go on each one of these. That whole piece will look like that. That is going to go on the D25. You'll notice that there is printing here. So it's going to get held like this. And it actually goes in from this side on this printed side. So it's going to go into this whole section here. And that's what that looks like. And this piece is collectively now known as G. Two A40s, four A41s, C6, this is a tool, D22 times 4, two F10s, four F11s, two F12As, two F12Bs, 8 P6s, and the P17. So we need to get numerous parts waxed here. We need to wax the F11s, which are these four here. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, next. 2 of the D22s need to be waxed on one side. D22s are here. So I'm going to put wax on just one side. And the 2 that are closest to me are going to be ones that are waxed. And I waxed the side that has the markings indicating it's a D22. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is assemble we need to take the A41s, and we're going to take the F11s, and we're going to put them through like that. We'll put all of them in there. I don't see where there's one side is longer than the other. No. Okay. Next, we're going to take another F11 and put it on the outside. Like that. Now, we're going to put on the F10, which is this one. We're going to put 2 of them on, and they're going to go all the way up against the other side. Like that. There. Next, we're going to take the 2 F11s and we're going to put them here. One more. And that will look like that. Next, we're going to put the P17 through here, and we're going to put on the A40s next. Now, we waxed 2 of them. I'm sorry, we did not wax the A40s. We waxed the D22s, but we did not wax the A40s. And that's what we need to put on next, is the A40s. So wax one side of the A40. Now, it looks like the waxed side goes away from the gears. They get pushed up against the gears, it appears, but the waxed side should be away from the gears. Now, on here it says that one side should be 80 or 8 centimeters, 80 millimeters. So we're going to do that like that. And it says one side is longer than the other, so this one is obviously 80. That means this side should be 67. 5. That's pretty close. There we go, now it's right. So this side's 80. And then this side is about 67. Next, we need to keep track of the long side and the shorter side. And we're going to bring this piece back over. And we have to put this into here. Now one side is taller than the other. You see that here. This is the taller side. In this case, we want the taller side to be on the left, the shorter side to be on the right. And what we're going to do is we're going to thread this longer side through first here, and then we can bring it over, and then we can put it in there like that. Next, we're going to take the F12A, which is this one, and it's going to go in our right hand, and F12B is going to go on the left side, and we're going to line those up so that the gears line up and that the square holes in the center line up. Then we're going to take and put these screws in from the A side. So this is the A side, this is the B side. So we're going to put 4 screws in here. I'm going to get them close to tight, but not tighten them just yet. That way I can move them. They're easier to move a little bit. Okay, now we need to do that again. We have the A and the B. We're going to line it up so that the square in the middle so that they line up. And if you need to, if it does not line up, if you look in there like that, it's not lined up. What you can do is flip one of them. and then they should you should be able to get them to line up. And again, we're going to send the screws in. I think we're going to need to wax these, so let's get them screwed in first. We're going to bring the screws in from the A side. When we install these pieces, we need to pay particular attention to which side the screws were screwed in, which side of the head of the screw is on. So we'll have to be careful of that. Okay, now we're going to wax these. Now we're going to do the other one. Okay, now we're going to bring this back over. And we're going to take one of the D22s that have wax on it, and the wax is going to go towards the inside like that. The wax is actually up against this piece here. Then we're going to take one of the dry ones, the ones that have not been waxed, and put that on. Now, next, this piece will go on with the screw heads towards the inside. Like that. Then on this side, it says you can use this to help push that on, but I didn't seem to need it on that side. We may on this side though. So we're putting on the D22, wax side towards this piece of wood here. Then we're going to put on another dry D22 that has not been waxed. And then we're going to put this one on with a head towards the inside. And all I'm doing here is just trying to line that up in the middle for now. And pull these out just enough so that it turns freely. And it says the gear should be in the middle, which I'm a little off on. That's better. It says this side should be about 11 millimeters. We're at 12, so we'll that's 11 there. And then we're going to shift this. Well, it's roughly center. And that's it for that. A42, A43, A44, B21, D23, F25, two P4s, two P5s, and a P15. So there's several pieces here that need to be waxed. The B21 needs to be waxed. It looks like this whole thing should be waxed, so we're going to go ahead and do that. Including this. Okay, and then also on the F25, these gears need to be waxed, as do these out here. So first we're going to wax these. And wax the outside of them as well. So it looks like that's what should be waxed. Then we're going to wax these. Like that. Okay. Now we're going to take the F5s, which are these springs, and we're going to take the P4s, which are these small guys here, and we're going to put the spring through there, and we're going to put this into here. Now initially I'm not going to worry about the orientation of the spring. Once I get it on there, I will, and before I put any kind of before I tighten it at all, I will put the spring in their correct orientation. So we're going to do the other one. And as you work this, as you look at it straight on, these cogs should be on the left, as should these be on the left. I think we're going to wax these two over here. It doesn't say they need to be waxed, but or at least waxed, not yet. So these springs are supposed to be aimed up. So what I'm going to do is turn it over, so that way they hang down and I'm not fighting with them. And then I'm going to tighten it down, which will cause them to point up when we flip it back over, because I don't want to fight with them. Like that. Okay, and then I said I was going to do this. We'll just run this wax down there real quick. Then this piece goes with this hook part, should be on the top, and that's going to go in here like this. This one probably will break easy, so kind of be gentle with it. Only push down on the spots directly above where it goes through the other piece. Okay, and that should be it for that. Next, we're going to take this piece here. I'm going to move this up here a little bit. And this piece is going to go on here, on this side like this. It's going to get flipped around so that the springs are on the opposite side, and the cogs here should be to the back. And then we're going to take this P15 and we're going to screw that into this hole here, this one here. So let's do that now. So this will go on here. Now, I think what I'm going to do, because there's this switch here, I'm going to lift this up just a little bit so I can get that started, because this hole's got to go on this larger piece like that. Then I can set it down. Then I'm going to put this piece here in, or put in the P15 down here. I'll turn it up on its side so you can see. We'll put it in here. That's kind of hard to put in, so just be aware of that. Okay, it feels like it bottomed out. I'll try one more time. Yeah, I would say it bottomed out. So now, we're going to continue working on this side. This should be up like this. And the first piece we're going to put on is we're going to take the D23 and we're going to hold it like this, so that way this part here is away from us. We're going to take the A43 and, sorry, we're going to take the A43 and we're going to put it in here, so here and here, and we're going to have this piece here, the little window here, the one with the curled top and the flat bottom, that's going to be towards us when we install it. It's going to be away from this part. Much like that. Then we're going to take the A42. That's going to go in front of the A43. And this side will go in closest to us. And that'll look like that. Next is the A44. That's going to come up from the bottom. This wider part's going to go into here, and the little mouse or whatever it is will look through the window. See that there like that? Now this is going to be placed into right here. Oops. It's going to go here and here, like this. Put that over there. It'll go in there like that. And make sure you don't pinch the, this wire doesn't get caught underneath it. D24, E2, G1, that took me a little bit to find, and the P37. So what we're going to do is we are going to put the LED here in the appropriate place, this one. So it's going to go into, let's move these over here. It's going to go into here first, and then the LED is going to drop down through here. So this is going to need to be bent at about a 90-degree angle, and then once we get it set, we're going to need to bend it again potentially. So the wire goes through this side like as much as we can, like that. Then I'm going to pull up slack. This will go in here like this. Like that. And then we're supposed to pull up to some of the slack. And we're supposed to push the excess wire. It appears that we're supposed to push the excess wire down into there. And just do the best you can with it. Okay, I think that looks pretty good. Next, we're going to put the D24. So the orientation is like this. The G1 is going to go inside of the D24. So there's a tiny little slit down in here, and that's where this D4 is going to go. So it's going to go, I'm trying to get it so you can see it going in. It's going in right there. And then the D24 will go on there like this, and you want to make sure the print side is out, and then that will go in there like this, so that the frosted part is right behind it, right there. Next, we're going to put on the Next, we're going to put on the E2, which is going to go on there with the printing side pointed out. It's going to go on to the other side, right here, right there. And the wider part of it is up top. So it'll look like that. Two A10s, A47, A48, A49, A50, E1, E3, E4, two P7s, and a P9. So the first part we need to put on is the E1. We want the print side to be up, and it's going to go here. So it's going to go right in here. And let's see here. Okay, I think that side has started. This takes a little bit because these pieces are floating. This basically locks them into where they need to be. Okay, so where it needs to come in, where it's attached, is here, 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 and here. Okay. Next, we take the E3, and we're gonna position it like this. We're gonna take the E4 or the A48. That is going to be put here with the curved part aimed to the right, or this part here, these points should be pointed to the right. Next, we're going to take the E4. It says there's a printed side and a non-printed side. There's the printed side. The printed side is going to go out like that, and that'll go there. Like that. Next, we're going to take the A47, and we're going to take the two A10s, and we're going to put those here and here, but on the non-printed side. So we're going to put that here. There. And then the other one is going down here, like that. The A49 is going to go into the tail. That's going to go like that. Then we're going to take the A50, and that's going to fit down on top of that, like that. And remember, the printed side should face out so it can be seen. Get one started, move on to the next, get it started, then move on to the last one, and then come back and slowly press them into place. So that's what that looks like. Now, we're going to take the P9 and the P7. We're going to put that in there and push that on. Then we're going to take this and we're going to just put it in there barely. Then we're going to take the little bear and we're going to have it go through this hole here. And then it'll come out the other side. Like that. Then we're going to put this on here, the other P7. And then we're going to press that on. And then the bear should move back and forth. Won't move a lot, but a little bit. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to put the bear in its place. And it's going to go in here. So this hole here will fit onto this right there. This part will fit down into here. Now, so we're going to lean this out a little bit because this here needs to fit in between here, right here. In between these two, push against that little piece of wood there between them. So we're going to do that next. We're going to put the bottom in first, then we'll put the top in. Now we have this leaned back, so that way what we're going to do is we're going to push the little bear, have him up, or let's see here. It says it should go over top. So we're going to pull the little bear back, and then we're going to have that piece that's right down there by that spring. I'll see if I can get you a better view. That little piece will fit in between. See if you can see it from that side. It's kind of really hard to see. Okay. And that is now collectively known as H. E9, F26, 5 P4s, 2 P5s, P15, and P24. The F26 needs to be waxed. So these teeth here need to be waxed, this needs to be waxed, and this needs to be waxed. On this side, this needs to be waxed, and we'll wax these as well. Okay, now we're going to hold this like this so that these cogs are on the right, and we're going to put in the springs into here. It needs to be a little bit tighter. And then we're going to put this side in. We're going to just put the spring here so we can hold it easier, and then we'll flip it around to the other side. So right before I tighten it up, we're going to flip it to the other side. I'm going to hold it upside down just like we did previously. And I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to loosen this up, and then there we go. They stand up like that. Next, we're going to take this E9 and holding it like this, we want the blank side towards us. So not the print side. The print side's going to be away from us, and that's going to go on there like that. So we'll set it down. Then we'll do the other side. Now, the one thing it does say to pay attention to is that this spring should be centered approximately on this piece of wood here. I guess there's some interference that can happen if it's not roughly center. So next we go on to put in this piece of string. Oh, there's two pieces of string here. We only need the one. Now it says we're going to, so we're going to rotate this such that this printing up here is towards us. We're going to stick this through, and we want roughly, it's said to roughly 5 to 10 millimeters out the other side. So what we're going to do is I'm going to measure that. So that's about 10 right there. So next, I'm going to hold that down like that and put that screw in there. And you're going to run the screw into the same hole that that string is in. And we'll hold that string down like that. And then that keeps that string in there. And it's out the back just a little bit. Next, we're going to put this in on this side. So we're going to put this piece in here. We want the P19, which is this part here, right here, to be all the way down, which it is. Then we're going to put this on here. Like that. And we want to make sure this one, this gear looks like it's approximately the same spot as this one. See how that is? It's about, this gear, it's about halfway up. And if we look over here, we see this gear is about halfway up with this cog here. So that's what we need. So now we're going to put the P15 in right here. We'll set that down way. Okay, we got that fitted back in there. I would probably recommend getting a little larger screwdriver for that. That was not easy. Okay, they all seem to be in okay. Okay, at this point we're going to check to make sure that these pieces, this F or the P19 can rotate properly, and that the F26 and the F25, which is on this side, maintain the approximately the same gear they should be on. So we're going to lift this up. It did flip, and that's all the way up, and it's pretty near the bottom, but not quite. So the bottom cog isn't really engaged. Over here, again, the bottom cog isn't really engaged. So that looks like that's probably about right. A45 times 2, A51, D22, E5 times 2, E7, and a P23. Now the D22 needs to be waxed on the outside. You want to wax this, take the, since might have to, something might have to rub up against it, and we'll take these little burrs off. Okay, now we're going to wax the outside. Next thing that needs to be waxed is the A51. This area down here needs to be waxed, this whole area down here. Okay, looks like that's all that needs to be waxed. So now we are going to put it in the orientation that's in the picture, which is like this. We're going to take the E7, and it's going to get placed in here like this. This part here will go here, and this lower part is going to go down here. Also, we need to thread the string through this wide slit here. And the printing on this piece should be aimed to the outside. So we're going to put the bottom in first. And then we're going to put this top part in. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. And that got that. Now this spring part, the piece that's attached to the springs needs to come up, and it's got to attach all the way to these two center pieces. So what we're going to do is lift this up on both sides. Now, let's see here. I'm going to turn this thing to help me lift it up. And then we're going to take this and put the bottom piece in, and then the top. Make sure they're fully engaged. Now, the next thing we're supposed to do is bring our LED, and it looks like it's supposed to be bent. The wires are supposed to be bent about like that. So it makes a little square. Now, next thing we're going to do is put this through into this part here, right here. Let's see here. There's one in there. There's the other one. And it's supposed to look something like that. Well, that looks like that's going to bind. So that'll look like that. So next, we're going to work on this side over here. It's the shorter of the two. And what we're going to do is we're going to put the A51. There's a side that's printed and a side that's not. So it looks like the printed side will go out. That's going to go on here. Like this. And it's going to go into this top hole here. Like that. Then the next piece to go on is the D22. And when that goes on, that'll go inside of the A51 like that. Next is the P23. That'll go on there like that. Okay. Next we have the A45s and the E5s. So looks like they're going to go here like this, and then the A45 is going to go, or the A45 is going to go into the E5s. And that'll be on each side of the gears here. It's really hard to get a I believe it'll look something like that. These two pieces are going to get moved out to the edge like this, and the same over here. So the next thing we're going to put on is C, which is this piece here. And it says that this notch should point to about the arrowhead, and it should go on there with this piece. This should be spun like this. Like that. This piece is going to go down in here like this. Like that. And these are going to go down into here, over here, here, and here. But you've got to kind of keep this at this point, at that upper arrow, so it meshes with the gears properly. Okay, these back side ones are in. Now it's not, no, that's right. So now this front side one, oh, it looks like they are all seated properly. Okay, now they're all seated properly. For now it says don't push down on this piece here, for now. I'm sure we'll get to do that later. But it should be at, this is its highest height. And then, so I guess when you push down on this, it pushes that down. So the next thing we need to do is take these pieces that we pushed off to the side. This piece here, I'm going to spin this around to make it a little easier to see. So this piece here and this piece are going to go into this hole here and this one. And on this side, it's this one and this one. So we're going to go for the probably the more difficult side first, because we have that little bear there is kind of in the way. So we're going to do that one first. So I'll hold it here so perhaps you can see what I'm doing a little better. Oh, that went in nice and easy. That was not bad at all. Way easier than I thought it was going to be. And there's that side. B1, 2 E6s, E8, and this part that we made earlier, which is D, lowercase d. So what we need to do is we're going to take, so make sure the tallest end is off to our right. We're going to take and these springs, we're going to thread them onto this axle here. Then this side's going to go through this hole. Well, it's going to go through the E6 first, because the E6 is going to go down inside of here. I'm sorry, it's not going through this hole. Will not. It's going to be going through this hole on the top. So we're going to put that there. We're going to put the spring on next. So I want to use the tools available, so we're going to use this little screwdriver. It comes in the kit. We're going to lift this spring up, and we're going to put that spring, you're going to put it on so that it sits furthest, so that the spring sits furthest back on that as possible, like that. We're going to do the same thing on the other side. Like that. Then this hole here is going to go on there, like that, and then that's going to go down in there, and then we have to press this in all the way across, and then everything should seat down. Okay, we're going to work our way across because I think that's going to be our best bet. Next, we got to work on this one. You got to make sure you don't pull that apart like I just did. Make sure that. Oh, pulled it out again. I don't think that's down in there quite seated properly yet on this end. So you can see it's not seated because there's this little gap right here. See it right there? It means it's not seated yet. Now, that looks a whole lot better because you can look at this, the E6, and you can see that it's seated all the way down. So I'm thinking that that's probably where it needs to be. And also, this hole lines up with the hole on the bottom of that. Okay, so that's good. And in the instructions it says that as you're seating this in, you want to start from this side and from this side and work your way over. So you seat this one, this one, this one, and this one, and you know, individually, but kind of all at the same time as well. Okay, so next we're going to be working on the other side. This side. So the next thing to go in is the B1, and we need to remove B2 from inside of B1. So we're going to have to see how that goes. Okay, there's B2 removed from B1. There also seems to be a very thin piece of wood in there. We're going to take that out as well. Now, we're going to knock down some of these edges in here before we get too far, because I think B2 is going to go back inside of here and spin. So we're going to go ahead and take care of that now. So now we're going to put B1 on this side, and these are going to go into here, and these bottom, yeah, like that. It says to put the spring on. I've already done that. Next, we're going to put E8 on here. It'll go on here. So this hole will go here. This one will go here. And this will go down here. Now we're going to put E6 on here. And that'll fit there like that. Then we're going to put in the E8. That's going to go in here like this. We're going to put the bottom in first. And then we're going to put, and get these all started, or at least try to. Okay, what's going on with that guy? Looks like needs to be scooted over just a bit. Okay, and I just pried it over. It only needed to be moved a very small amount. Okay. 2 A46s, B3, B4, B7, D19, F16, 2 F17s, and an F18. Now once again we're going to follow the orientation of the manual, which puts it like this. I'm going to move all these parts down a little bit. Now, the first thing it says we need to do is take the D19, and that's going to go into this hole here. Oop, this hole here. We'll put it in there. Like that. Next, we take this piece and it's going to hang like this. So we have this longer part off to the left with the gear hanging to the inside. So what's going to happen here is this side is going to go through this hole here. So we're going to do that like that. Next is the G, which is this piece. That's going to go down here, start here. This will be the first piece you put in, and then we'll work our way up from there. So there's a little piece here that's going to go here, and then it's got to go into there. That's got to go up here. These two pieces here have to go here and here. Well, let's see how this is going to go. Okay, I think I got that. This needs to go in there. Like that. Next, we're going to work our way up through these parts. So the next one we're going to do is going to be this hole here, and the D19 goes into there, and So we're going to wind up working this up all the way up through here. This is the piece I'm working on this here now. Let's see if we get that in there. There we go. Well, it's got that. Now we're going to come back down here. You can see that this isn't where it needs to be. Okay, that's better. Come back to the front side. We're going to squeeze that in there. And I think that is all of those pieces put together. And at this point, it says that we need to test. So what we need to do to test is pull down on this lever. And what you should see when you pull down on that lever is this should come down, flip over, and then continue on down. Now in the instructions, they have what you can do if it's not working quite right. If yours isn't, I would suggest reading over that. So then now the next thing that's going to happen is this screw here, we have to screw that in to D19 here. So we're going to do that now. Okay. Next, we're going to take the F16, the F18, and that's going to go on top of there. Then we're going to put in the two F17s. Like that. And this needs to go here. So I think what I'm going to do is probably lower this. Oh no, I can't lower that down. Well, we're going to do the best we can with it. Wow. Okay. We might try. I might try coming to it from the back. Well. I'm going to try bringing my finger in. I'll try to get my front finger out of the way. We'll just flip it here. That didn't work out too well. Okay. The little bear's kind of in the way. So I use the tool to get it in. It does slide in fairly easy. So in the end, it'll look like that. It did slide in fairly easy. Hopefully it will for you as well. Next is the B3 and the B4. The B3 is going to go on the side with this handle, and it's going to go here like this. The B4 is going to go on the other side in a similar fashion. And on this, make sure the printed side is out so it can be seen. Like that. Next, the B7 is going to go, the edges of the B7 are going to go in here. So it's going to, we're going to sit that down like that, and then it should slide in there. It did slide in fairly easy, so that's not too big of a deal. Now, the next part is the A46s. They're going to go one on this side here, and one on the other side in the same position. So we'll go ahead and do that. Again, not that hard to put on. Oh, the back side here should be fairly easy. So it's going to go on there like that. Get my fingers out of the way. I'm going to go on there like that. It looks like that. This piece looks like that, and then this front piece look like that. B2, 2 B5s, B6, B8, B9, B11, B14, B19, E10, and it says we need a P23, but I believe this one needs to come off, and we're just going to reuse that one. Okay, so B19 with this high spot here, this side should be on the right, and what we're going to do is we're going to put in the B8 first. We're going to put the B8 in first, and that's going to go right down in here, right here and here. And when we put it in, we're going to make sure the print is viewable from the outside, and that piece slid right in there very nicely. So then we're going to flip it over, and the B9 is going to go here and here. And again, print out. Next, we're going to take this O-ring here off. And we're going to do it so we don't damage it, because we're going to try and reuse it. There's our O-ring. Next, we need to take B19, and we're going to have this edge to the right. We're going to take the B10, and the print side, if we're holding it like that, the print side should be off to the right. I'm going to put that in there. Next, we're going to take the B14. I guess it says we should have did this one first. I'm going to put that down in there like that. That's what that looks like. That is going to go into this hole here and this hole. Next, we're going to put the B2 on, and it shows that the circle should go down. So it's going to go in there like that. Then we're going to put in this piece. So now we're going to put in, I'm going to take the B5s. The B5s are going to go here, here, and there. And we're going to make sure the print side is up. And we're going to go put it here and make sure again the print side is up. Next, this piece goes on, again, print side out, and the longest leg, the longest piece on that should go off to our left. So it'll look like that. Then we're going to get that P23. Oops, that wasn't good. So for me, that square rod did slide in there. So you're going to want to make sure you check that everything is sliding still okay. You may need to adjust it more. We'll find out as we go. So next we're going to take the B11, and that's going to arch up here. Be careful of these, they break really easily. Top in first, that is in, that one next, and then that one. And that'll look like that. B12, B18, B20, 2 B22s, E11, E12, E13, 2 P6s, and 2 P25s. They're the little rivets. Okay, we need to look at this end. And the first thing it says is to put in the E11. And the E11 is going to go down here here, here, and up here. That's the attachment points. Next, we're putting on the B12. That goes on there like that, and then the rivets. So this is going to go here, and then the rivet's going to go through here and into here. And then this is going to go there. It says to use the tool to push the rivets in, so we'll do that. That one's in. Okay. Next, we're going to get the B20. And the B20 is going to go the B20 looks like it's going to go here. Right here, that's this part, and then we're going to put a screw, the P6, from here into here. So we'll have to get that aligned as well. And then we're going to put a screw in this side. Next is the B22, which is going to go down here. So we're going to put the bottom into here first, and then this part will slide into here. And we'll flip it over, and we'll do a similar thing to the other side. Align this up, the hole there. That goes down there and there. Next is the P22. They're down there. Next, we're putting in the E13 and the E12. The E12 goes right here on the E13. And then this is going to go, these bottom two are going to go here and here. This and this are going to go here and here. Also, I want you to check the wire and the string. Make sure they're in the right locations. A40, 2 D22s, E14, F19, F21, F22, 4 P6s, and the P23. So it looks like the F21 and F22 need to be waxed. So we'll go ahead and do that. So the F21 and the F22 should be put together. Now I'm aligning these so that basically the sprockets are lined up and the holes are lined up. It looks something like that. Now the screws are supposed to come in from the F21 side. So on this side I have the F21. I'm just flipping it over to make it convenient for putting the screws in. I'm not tightening these down just yet. Now we'll get these parts installed. The side that we should be working on is this side. When you look at the top, it's this side here. And F19 needs to be waxed as well. We'll do that real fast before we get started, because that's the first piece that is going to be going on. Now we're going to put the F19 over this post, and that's going to slide into there, right there. Next, it goes on the D22, one D22, then the A40, the A40 is going on next. Make sure that's still, yep, okay. Next that goes on is the gear. Now, do the screws go on the back side or the front side? Okay, so based on the diagram, I'm holding my finger against this to keep it from sliding as much as possible. Based on the diagram, it looks like the screw head should be hidden and put on the back. Get that started on the square post, and then it needs to line up. You're going to want to make sure that it lines up here when you push it on, like that. That way, when it turns, you can see it turning. Also, I'll pull that back out a little bit. It looks like this is at its topmost position in the diagram, kind of like that. Then this should slide on there. At least that's how it appears in the diagram. So this is topmost, and then you just make the gears mesh. Next, the D22 goes on, and then I'll just slide it just a little bit. Next goes on the P23. Now, when you turn this, this should come down like this. Should cause this to spin. This should spin down. This should pop up. Okay, next we put this on the E14. That's going to go on this side over here by this LED. Now what it says to do here is this piece is going to slide up like this, and then we're going to flip it like that and then push it in. The LED should come down through here. So we're going to do this. No, it says to do it like this. The LED goes in there, like that. I'm going to turn it. And then it slides in, and the LED should point down, like that. make it just straight point down. B23, B24, E15, 2 E16s, E17, E18, E19, F23, F24, 4 P7s, 2 P8s, and P26. So where we're going to be working is back on this end here. And we need to take the B24, that's going to go here. So these bottom pieces are going to go here and here. And that's it for that. Next, we're going to put in the E15, and we're going to print the print side up, and that is going to go, this will go here, this will go here. And there's room here for these wires to go. They'll travel through here. Then you can see how the wires are in there. Next, we're going to take the E16 or the E17, and we're going to put the E16s on that. There's one, and then the other one. Next, we're going to take the P8s, and we're going to put a P7 on each end of the P8. This block of wood I'm using here is just a piece of 2x4. It's just easier to push against because this is spongy. Really, this is just a large mouse pad. So these are going to go through here. Like that, and like that. And then we're going to put the P7 on the other end, and we'll crunch that down. Looks like that. Now we take the P19 and the P18. The P18 is going to sit on top of the P19 like that. Or the E18 is going to sit on top of the E19 like that. and I have the print side up on the P19. Then we're going to take this assembly, the P16s, and we're going to put it on there. So that it looks like this. It appears as though the flat side should be here, like that. See how that's flat? And then this part isn't flat. It looks like it should be on there like that. And next, the P23 will go over here. And it looks like it will hang down through there like that. Next, we take the E24 or the F24, and that's going to come up from underneath like this, and this piece will fit in there like that. The F23 is next. That'll do the same. Like that. And then the P26 will need to be unwrapped. And then this plastic tube will slide up into here, and it should be flush with the top of the P23. Should be flush with the P26. It slides into the P23 like that. Next, the string is going to come down through this hole here, and the string will ride on these little axles here. Like that. Okay. And then the string is going to go down through this hole here. It's going to go down through this hole here, and then we're going to try to get it to come out so it can come this way. I'll show you what I'm doing. Now inside of here, I don't know if you can see it. Inside of here, there's one of the pieces of metal. We want it to go on the lower side of the piece of metal because it'll keep that string from breaking, presumably. And put a little bend in that just to make it easier to get around that spot. Eventually you will get that screw worked through, the string worked through there. Then, once that's all done, we're going to pull the string tighter. And then this is going to go down onto here, where this piece here is going to go into here. But we do not want the string to be bound by anything. So I'm pulling the string tight. We're going to slide it into the bottom first here. And then we're going to get that piece, try to get that in there. What? Do I not have something quite right? That looks good. That's fine. Yeah. Now we're going to test this a little bit. And you can see the string pulling a little bit. So now, the next thing we need to do, B25, B26, B27. So now what we need to do is, I'm going to loosen this screw here. We're going to wrap this around there twice. And then we're going to cut the string off so that there's about 1 centimeter left over. So what we're going to do is we're going to put this block of wood back here to kind of support it. I'm putting it underneath of this part here, but I got to be careful not to put too much weight on it because I don't want to damage it. So now what we're going to do is we're just going to loosen this screw so that I can get this string around it a couple times. So let's tip this up a bit more. Okay. We'll just hold it. So then we're going to wrap this around this screw a couple of times. There's one. Well, that's really a half, so we're going to go. Well, there's one time. So we've got that wrapped around there a couple times, and it says not to move this out of position, so I don't want to pull so hard that it pulls out of position, but I do have a little bit of tension on the string. Now we're going to tighten that back down. Okay, now we're going to test it a couple times to make sure that it pulls the bear across. So we're going to pull down on this, and it does seem to work. Okay, now it says wrap it around. Now it says we should leave about 1 centimeter or 10 millimeters worth of string. So we're going to cut that off about there. So you can see I have that string there, a little bit of excess string. So next, we're going to take our B27 and our B26 and our B25, and the B25 is going to come from the back side of the B27. So you start on the non-printed side and push it through to the printed side, and then the B26 is going to go into there so that the printed side is out, and then this whole piece is going to go into this hole here and this hole, and then it's just going to flip up, slide up in there in theory. So got those started. And that's what that'll look like when it's done. Make sure everything still works, and the bear still slides. Two B10s, two B13s, two B15s, two B16s, B17, B28, B29, B30, two B31s, two B32s, three B33s. And the side we're going to be working on now is the side with the handle on it. We're going to take the B28, and that's going to get positioned here. So that's going to go down in there. Next, we're going to get the B30, and we're going to position it like this, just like it is in the diagram. The B29 looks like it comes in like this. Then we're going to take the two B31s, and they're going to go from this side, and they're going to be closest to the B30. We'll put the other one on next. And then we're going to put on the B32s. They go out to the outside. So it'll look like that. Next, we're going to hold it like this, like that, and we're going to put the B17 in here, the B16, which is this, going to go on there next. Then the B15 is going to go outside of that. And then we do the same thing for the other side. So the B16 will go first. then the B15, and it should look something like that. Now it says that this piece is going to go into here like this, into this spot here. Let's see if we can get that in there. Yeah, that's not too bad. That's not a difficult part to put in. Some of the parses seem to be falling apart on me here. So it goes in there like that. Looks like that when it's done. Next, we've got the B10s and then the two B13s, so they get stacked. The B10s go through those like that. They're going to go here and here. Like that. Next, we have the three B33s. They're going to go here. And we need to make sure the printed side, again, is up. Well, they go in there kind of on an angle, but make sure you can see the printed side. Two A23s, B34, B35, B36, B37, two B38s, two B39s, B40, E20, F20, G2, P7 times 2. So the next part we're going to assemble is this letter, and we want the print side to be up when we do this. There's the print. And also it says that we should do it on a flat surface. So I'm going to put in the F20 or the A23s into the F20, and that's going to go here and here. There we go. The other one's going to go right here. Now we're taking the B34, there's a printed side. And that's going to go on there like this. Next, the E20 will go in there like this. So it looks like that. Next, this piece here is going to go right in here. And according to the directions we should put this in from the starting at the top, which would be here, this here, and then next we want to put this back into here, right there. Then do this section, and then this section. So let's start at the top. Okay, that one's in a bit. And then the last bit is this part down here. Everything went in together fairly easily. That's what that looks like. So next we got this G2, and it's going to have to bend like this. Because what we're going to have to do is that part is going to go into these slots here and these 3 slots over here. It's going to go like this, and we should start with the bottom. So we'll put that there, and we're gonna try not to bend it too much. Oh. And we're gonna get that in there. There we go. So that's the bottom one. Now we're going up to the next. And then all the way to the top. Now, when you put this together, make sure that the G2 slides in above this little piece of wood here. That makes the top so that it'll sit down much easier, like that. Next, we're going to take this B35, and we're going to have the printed part up when we do this. So I'm going to take the B37. That goes in the middle, and this little tail part here will go down based on the way we're putting it together. Next, the B38s go in. Well, let's put in a B38, and then we'll put a B39 in next to it to stabilize that. Okay, and I'm going to put B38 in again on this side, and then the B39. Now that piece is going to go here, kind of underneath of this staircase. And this part, the handle part, should be on the inside. So it'll go in there like this. Like that. And that'll look like that. Next, we have the B40 and the B36. So the B40 is going to go on this side. And you want the print facing out. It's going to go in there like that. And then so that helps hold this G2 down right here. It's going to help hold that down. So we'll put that on top of that. That's going to get fitted there, and then through the hole up there, and then the P7 will get put on here. And what I'm going to do is hold this piece of wood back here in order to get that on, which I've done. Next, we're going to turn it around and we'll do the same thing to the other side. So this piece, this is the B36. So we're going to put all that in there. That down there, and then again the P7, the one there. I'm going to take the piece of wood back that so I can push on this. Okay, that looks good. And that looks like that. B38 times 2, B39 times 2, B42, B43, B45, B46, E21, 3 E22s, and G3. So B46 is supposed to go in first. That is going to be put on this side here, right here. So this piece is going to slide on top of the G2 and into this hole here, right there. And make sure the printed side is up so it can be seen. Okay. Next, we have to put the G3 in, and the G3 is going to go here. It's going to wrap around here, and you want, I guess it's ink, the ink to be dripping down according to what I see in the directions, and it's going to go into these 3 slots here, here, and here, and then there's 3 slots on the top piece as well. So whatever works easier, go around. So then I'll show you something too. When you start it, make sure that it's behind this little piece here. Otherwise it gets kind of out of control. And then there's a little notch on here that you want to slide it behind there as well. Next, we're going to take the E21, and it's going to be print side up again. And we're going to take the B43, which I think is this one, and we're going to put that through there, and then this is going to fit on here, and then the B43 is going to go down through this hole. Like that. I guess that's honey in there. I guess that's a bee. Next, we're going to take the B42 and we're going to put the B45 into the middle. Then we're going to take the B38, put that next. Actually, a B38 goes on each side of it. We're going to do one side at a time. And then we do the B39. On the other side, we B38 and then B39. Goes like that. Next, we have the 3 E22s. So we need to be on this side with the handle, and these are going to go into these 3 holes here. We'll start at the bottom and work our way up. That's that one. That one. And then this slides down into the holes in those. And that'll look like that. And that piece looks like that. B41, B44, B48, B49, B50, B51, 2 E24s, and E25. So we're going to take the B41, I'm going to put the B44 into the B44 into the B41. Is that the B44? Yeah. I grabbed the wrong one. We're going to take the B41 and put the B44 into there and make sure the printed side is up here and that you can see the printed side when you put it in. We're going to put this I'm going to put this little part here down into here, like that, and then it'll look like that. Now, on this side here, on this gear, we're going to take this and put it here, so that the skinny part is towards the letter and the other side is goes that way. So we're going to put that in there. That will look like that when it's done. Next, we're going to take the B48 and the B51. So the B51 will have the printing away from us. Then we're going to put the B48 and match it up with the B51. Then we're going to take the B50, slide that over the end, and that will essentially hold these two pieces together. Then we're going to take the B49 and slide that in there to lock that piece in place. So like that. That is going to go again into the side with the gear. This is going to get pushed through this slit here. I'll put it down here. That'll go in there. There's a hole in there that you'll have to, if you look in, you can see it. See that? You'll have to get it into that little hole there. And then when you move this, it'll go up and down. Next, we're going to be working on the other side. So we've got these three here, these three holes here, these three holes here, and we're going to take the B25 first, with the print to the left, the way we're looking at it, that goes into the first hole. Then we're going to take the E24s, and they're going to have the print off to the other way, off to the right. Like that. Now this whole piece is collectively known as I. That's what that looks like. And then on the side, there's the bear we just put in. Now, two B47s, B52, B53, B54, B55, B56, E23, E26, E27, or yeah, E27, and then we have the P27. That's a piece of acrylic. It has some protective material on each side. We'll have to remove that before we actually put it in. So we're going to take the E23. There's this side with 4 holes, and there's one over here with 2. And what we're going to do is we're going to take the B52, and we're going to install that such that it's on this 4 holes. We're going to put it in into the 4 holes there. That looks pretty good. Next, we're going to take the B47s, and they're going to go on the sides. So I think what we'll do is put these sides in first, and then once they're seated, we'll work on getting it into position here. After they're together, it'll look like that. Next, this B53 with the printed side out is going to go on here. Next, the E26 goes on. Then the E27. I think what we'll do is we'll take the B56, just to make this easier. We're going to take the B54 and put that on there. Make sure that the printed part is out so it can be seen. Then we'll put on the E27. Next, the E26. And then that all slides into this hole here, like that. And then the B55 slides down on top of this and through the two holes in the bottom. It keeps that part from coming off. I guess it's the handle for this little drawer. It prevents it from coming apart when it's being used. Now, this, it says, is going to hold this up. And basically, we're going to put it into here. And we have to hold this up so it can get underneath of this and this. It prevents it from coming all the way out. So we'll do that. Slide it under. And then it should slide right in like that. And then when you pull it out, it only comes so far. So now we're going to put this piece of acrylic in. And it's going to go down in here. I've already started it, but I haven't peeled it all off yet. We'll peel that off. Peel that off. And that is going to slide right down well. That's a fairly tight fit. Okay. That's a pretty tight fit getting that in there. But that's how it'll look. B57 times 4, B58 times 4, P28, P29, P30, P31, P32, P33, P34, P35, and P36. So we have this leather mat, which is P28. It says the leather side faces upwards, not the material side. So what we're going to do is put that there, and then we're going to stick the B58, and then we're going to put the B57 through that. Let's do this. Put the B57 through here first. And you want, of course, to push this through from the printed side. We're going to push all those through, and then we'll put it through the leather part. And we're going to push these through. Now these are going to go into these positions here, that one and then that one. So to make it easier to get to, we'll probably start from the front side and then we'll work our way to the back side. So what I'm doing is I'm just trying to put this to get this piece here into there. Then we'll do the same thing over here. We're going to come around to the back side now. We'll do this one here. I'm going to move that. I'm going to slide that forward. I'm going to slide that bear forward a little bit. Just a little bit. There we go. Now we should be able to turn on the battery pack for the lights. That's on the bottom. And then when we push this down and it gets all the way down to where it's pressing, the light should come on. So you can see here, the light is on there. See? And then also you can see the light up here. Now, it's way brighter, it's harder to see in the video, but it's a nice light. The next thing we need to do is take the P30. We need to take the adhesive back off of it, and we're going to press that into the P30 or the P29. So that's the top part, not that side, but this side. And we're gonna and that's where we put the letters. This, once we get letters on it, will slide into here like this. Okay, just to make it easy, we'll probably pull it down just a little bit, and then that'll slide in there, and it'll snap in. like that. But I haven't put any letters in it yet, so I have to do that yet. Okay. Okay, let's see. I'm going to put, this is what we're going to print. It just says hello world. So I'm going to put that in here on this side. We'll snap that in. Then we'll flip it around. We're going to put in the ink cartridge, or at least the inker. That seems like it snaps in on the other side. So we're going to take that, put that down a little bit, and then we'll slide this in to there. Until that snaps in. Then we're going to let that up so it inks it up. Then we're going to spin back around this way. And now we can get a piece of paper. We'll put the piece of paper in here on top of there. Then, to make sure the paper's held down, we'll take the P35 and that fits on top of the paper. Make sure everything is held down nicely. Okay, so I think we have everything in there now. We have our ink installed up here. We have our, what we're going to print here. And then we have our paper down here. So what we're supposed to do is press this down until the light comes on and let it go back up. And it did print. You can see there. And there it is.